We adopt the agenda as present,
Motion to approve the agenda, Madam Chair.
so no additions.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have the minutes of our regular meeting on October 17th. Any additions, amendments? Last minute.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we have the BDCC and SEVET's presentation. Folks.
Hey.
Hi.
Thank you up there.
Sure.
There. Yes, I'm Adam Gernald, Executive Director for the Private Mortgage Credit Corporation, which is the affiliate entity inside of having spoken with folks in the past and here tonight to just give you an update. We do have our packet that we sent along, we have our information. One of the things that's new this year, I'll focus first on that, is what's called the Economic Development District. So in 2015, the Vermont legislature created the Southern Vermont Economic Development Zone, which is the counties of Bennington and Wyndham. And with that designation, we took what was only a Wyndham set, which is a federal document called the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which was a grassroots effort developed in Wyndham County. We then partnered with Bennington County in 2019 and made that a district-wide document. That document helps inform the strategies that we've identified to help grow the economy. So that process is again, EDA, Economic Development Administration, overseeing process. When you become get a SEDS, you're not necessarily a district. So if you can apply to the EDA, district. What does all this mean and why does it? We're applying to become a district. Part of that process is to reach out to each community in the district. So we're fortunate in our region, which is 2 counties, parts of the country. This is a 8-month effort. We have to come in and speak with and engage with the communities, with the municipality to talk about this. And this process, when you become a district, it comes with annual funding. There's communities within the 2 counties that don't normally qualify for EDA funding. They have income restrictions. When you become a district, you get funding that you wouldn't otherwise access. So municipal projects that you're putting in the sewer, congratulations on that recent grant. If you're doing those kind of things, you can get additional funding as an EDD and then as a municipality as well. So it's important for us to have this document for the strategy building. We'll be renewing the sets in 2023 and 4, 5-year document. This application that you have, we're requesting a letter of support to apply for that EDD. So we're going around, we're meeting with every community in the 2 counties, talking about this, answering questions, and requesting that later. I've got with me some of our annual plan to hand out to folks. This just talks about the programs and the work we do. It's a really good way to understand the impact in some of the communities that we're working with and how we help serve it. Not all the stories are fit for print. A lot of the work we do is with businesses in a private fashion or nonprofits and supporting folks behind the scenes. Also going to be handing out a flyer or postcard here for a local event happening for planning boards, zoning municipalities to attend the local housing needs. So this is part of our Southern Vermont Economy Project program. You can attend this. This is really meant for volunteers. This isn't meant for folks who are paid professionals. This is for volunteers to understand how they can help bring expertise to their community that they might not have had access to previously.
Are you involved with the program in Londonderry? Big Putney's doing a study. Are you involved in those?
We participate in those, that's the Council on Rural Development,
Right.
so the community study. We always participate in those, but we don't, we
Is the EDD funding federally sourced?
it is.
So this is USDA.
It's EDA, which is, part of the, agency of Commerce.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So can you project any, here in Grafton today, tonight, do you project anything received for Grafton?
Well, and you're doing amazing things, going and going after the grants that you have for the wastewater is significant. Depending on when you get that built. Not sure where you're at when you're planning, but that kind of program is something that EDA funds. USDA funds it, EDA funds it. So EDA has a variety of different programs that you can apply for. They have public works projects, but they also have private infrastructure.
Is there a limit on those funds?
Per project, there's a limit, but it seems, right now with the ARPA money that's there, they're having trouble deploying all of them. In other communities, we've helped with a local water expansion. So their water system needed some upgrades, needed new pumps and things like that, and in partnership applied to the EDA, and that was funded.
Outdoor recreation is very, very important to our community.
Yeah.
Does this funding ever apply to upgrading trails, working on infrastructure of recreation facilities?
I'm not 100% certain that EDA has recreation facilities, but I can look at that and
That'd be
get happy to do that.
How would you know the economic here in Grafton, and also problem with need for housing?
Infrastructure. So what we know is to solve the limiting agents that we have to sustainability and growth, is often housing, childcare. These things need infrastructure. So what we're, busy doing is going around and really promoting investment in infrastructure. So your, wastewater treatment is critical for that. Helping folks learn how to use that to then attract development. So in our region, not every community that has a walkable village has wastewater. So if you have wastewater, you can start to bring in outside investment for a housing solution. So it's step one. It's not easy. It takes planning, it takes time, it takes vision. It takes help. Like Grafton, you shouldn't have to figure out how to do this on your own, right? You should be able to work with other communities that have figured this out. The Coast Guard is a great example. There'll be people coming down from the state who've done this in other communities who will help share their success, their paths, their failures, their challenges with other folks to learn from that. So you get to start from a point where others' paths have helped guide you so that you don't have to repeat those same mistakes.
That's why I was interested in what Putney and Londonderry is doing, and that they're looking at housing and available land, town land, private land. That's maybe available.
Public-private partnerships are a great way to do it. So infrastructure, and if the community has that land and infrastructure, now you, if a developer, there's two kinds of developers out there, right? There's the kind that are just looking to deploy their funds for the greatest return. They're not coming to Grafton to do a project. So you're looking for a local developer that has, or a regional developer that has an interest in the community, a long-term horizon, wants a return on that investment, but is going to choose where to do it. And, a community like Grafton can help advocate why it should be here. So if that developer is from outside of the region, you have to make a case why they should do that. You have to build your own.
I don't know where you could develop in Grafton.
Well, for housing, right, that's what we're talking about?
No, I don't know where you can do it.
Well, start small, right, is 4 units, 6 units, 8 units, I don't think we're talking about a major project in any small municipality. Hopefully we've got,
What there is no land available within the land to do that. There's
I
another.
thought we were talking about some town owned land.
Yeah, land,
Yeah, so-
but I don't know.
Good point. We
Yeah.
have jobs in town that are going on thing. And we, our major businesses have had to cut back on their offerings to the, community because they just don't have enough staff. What can you do to help us with that? I mean, this has been a problem I've talked to CVETs about now for at least 2 years. It just doesn't seem to materialize. Candidates for these jobs that are really good jobs.
Yeah, that's, it's not an uncommon, need. Just listening to the radio on the way in and, corrections is really holding the governor to task here saying, we've got correction officers working 16 hours a day because they just don't have the help. And so what we're doing to try to address that is we have within the strategies, sets, there are strategies that again date back to 2014 and now 2019 that said we're shrinking in an aging population. We need to do everything we can do to retain our youth. So we have specific strategies. We've got the programs that are working with the high school students to connect them to careers. We've got young professional organizations. I was delighted to see bottom of the stairs and a little public posting out there with the YQ card. So we're trying to connect young professionals with other young professionals to make their experience more sticky, to stay. We've got college programs where we're trying to connect college students to careers in the region. And then of course, we are promoting in-migration, people moving from within the United States, and then of course, immigrating. So for many years, immigration was stuck, wasn't really going anywhere. In this past year and a half, we've seen in the region about 150 new Americans come to the area. So those are things we're trying to do to grow the population. Does it put someone in the seat of the employer here locally next week? No, those are long-term solutions. Some of the shorter-term ones are just creating more connectivity within municipalities, with employers, try to understand and connect to resources. So we do some recruitment programming through LinkedIn. So our organization has a recruiter seat with LinkedIn, so we can help employers find talent and market their position of that talent. It's a one-to-one hand-holding kind of process. So it's not going to solve Lincoln County's issues, but for us, it's every job counts, one employer at a time.
Adam, just connected to that, it said in your packet that you had started developing reports on how individual towns benefited from CVEDs. Did I read that correctly? Because I did not see that 2021 Grafton report in the packet you sent. You didn't see it either, Kathy. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that Kathy's indicated that we're very, very interested in how your program plays itself out in Grafton.
Sure.
And we've had experiences where we've reached out to CVEDs and we have not had, and I don't mean to be rude, but I am going to be blunt. We have not had the success that we were looking for, given the investment that we make in your organization, year in and year out.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's not rude, it's quite acceptable. It's a common question that we get, and what we go back to every time is that we're working as a region. You're a municipality, you sit in a seat, you have a geopolitical boundary that you're responsible for. Ours is for the entire region. When we share the commuter labor shed information with communities is really usually the eye opener for some of you folks. So if you look at where your residents work, you'll find that the greatest amount work in the town other than your town. And so those people are relying on businesses. And so it's this interconnectivity that is so critical. Grafton has this strong village employment and strong village Business Center, which is unique. There's, a handful of communities in Dane County that have, it. But even in those communities, so many people are traveling outside their hometown to go to work. And then someone from another town is traveling into that town to work. So no one town can do this by themselves, and it's this interconnectivity and acting regional, relying.
Would you please make sure that we get the report?
Two assignments. You got both.
We have quite a few people here tonight. Do you have any questions?
How much do we pay a year?
This year's request, it's $3 per cap. What we ask every community to invest in is $3 per capita. So we use the 2010 census data still. 2020 data was people wanted to stick with the number that they'd had, so we got a little pushback, so we just for now are sticking with the number. So I don't have that. Right.
I think our population is just under 700.
They-
So that's about 21.
So it's $2,037.
I'm a little confused about all these organizations. Are you the outfit that published a map that didn't have Grafton on
No, sir.
it?
I certainly hope not. Maybe we'll publish now.
To piggyback with what Suzanne said, a few years back, I did try to do an organizational change with Sevens and try to get a loan to fix a building that this whole community uses that we call the chapel. And Grafton at that time was labeled, this is old language, but we were a Gold Star town. And you made a reference when you started your talk tonight about this EDD and how that's going to help the municipality. But for the 501c3s or the nonprofits in town, is there any benefit where like a USDA loan is actually going to be available to us? Because we were turned down and it really doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
There's a real.
completely agree. Yeah, it's some of the rules that the federal agencies use to define communities wealth are one outdated and just erroneous in their intent. So currently, Grafton would not be eligible for a grant under the USDA Community Facilities Program, but you are eligible for a loan. So if it's the debt, so we can receive the grant and work with you to create capacity to go after that loan, but unfortunately, the grant eligibility is strict.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the wastewater project that you referred to that we are possibly going to undertake here? And what could be then the specific benefit from your organization to us?
Sure, so there's a few things on that. So going forward with this grant, we're working with a few other communities right now to talk about our grant management expertise that we can provide. So this would be under the terms of the contract, you're allowed to hire people to do that. We have the internal grant management and finance capacity to consider doing this for a few municipalities and nonprofits. So we're currently doing this for TV Fiber and a few other grant management projects. So as we explore this, we would be happy to sit down with you and talk about, being able to, we can't do the project. We have no expertise in actually the construction. It's the finance and the grant management. These dollars come with a lot of strings. You have to ensure that you're following the rules with the way in which you receive them and deploy. That's an area where we can, it's a fee for service, but we're a nonprofit, we're covering our costs, we're not looking to be the buyer. So that's one very specific way which we'd be happy to explore with the town. Larger picture for future projects, and again, depending on time we actually go to construction. If there was a shortfall in the funds through this grant, EDA can fund these types of projects. Because there's ARPA money in it, they might not want to also invest into the same project. But if you had an extension at a future time, you had to get it to one place in town where you could put a 10-unit property. You just needed the line extended, EDA can fund that.
See some planning commission. Now, any questions for him?
I don't.
Ron?
Oh, I know. Thanks for asking.
Thanks for leaving. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the time. I will, who should I follow up with? Answers to my.
It's Ron.
You know, Patricia. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on, taking action after traffic ordinance hearing. Ron, so say,
I move we accept that ordinance with the changes that we made.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Three ayes. Mike, you have a report for us? Hiding.
The salt shed is full now, so we can stress less about that for a moment or two. Replaced 3 culverts in the last couple of weeks around town. And we're gonna start getting into getting the roads, dirt road shaped up for the winter before the freeze. Getting along with more ditching and hopefully get into some grant work.
And you said the salt shed is full, is that,
It is full. It won't get you all the way to the winter usually, but it's full for now.
and what about the price that you get?
The prices was 80. I think it's like 85, 50 a ton, I think. I don't know. It's 85 or 87 on
But you were worried about,
We're getting it from Cargill right now, which is, we're coming out of Rockingham, which is the cheapest price we're gonna get.
How many tons is the shed?
And it's probably about 400 in there right now. We never usually make it to the winter without ordering a little bit towards spring, but
Mike, just following up on a couple of things from the select board. New truck,
they still don't have a body for it. So
all right.
that seems to be a big dilemma there.
Yeah. And what about, I think John asked you about the hours for the grader, were you able to find?
It runs around 400 usually a year.
I think that would be important as we look at. Thank you. Mike, how would you say things are going in general?
It's going quite well. A lot of training going on, but it's, we're busy. I'm not gonna lie, we're busy. I'm busy.
be able to do that, by Margot's, the railing?
I got the price back from the guardrail company.
Yeah.
They won't just come down and just do that because it's so small. So when they get into the area, they will come and fix that. It's not something in a rush here for.
We've got the 3 up on the.
I'm tired, yeah.
Any other questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike.
You guys got a contract there from,
Right. Innovative Solutions Agreement.
So in the past, Bill has had authority to sign these contracts. So I brought them here. You can either sign them or I think give authority to myself.
you guys had a chance to.
We haven't looked at them.
Yeah.
What is this agreement?
It's, I believe the one we've got, that's, which one is that? We have 2 on there.
Innovative?
Now, that is the company that we get our chloride from and the component that we treat salt with. You know, we only treat it when it gets really cold. And I called them because they had a number on there that was, all we do is we rent a tank from them. So there's no money involved in the rental of the tank, it's basically we just buy the product. But their number they had on there was for 12,000 gallons, and we've never bought 12,000 gallons of material from them. And at their today price, we'd be lucky if we buy 5,000 gallons. And we have enough to get to the winter. So we won't buy anything from them really until spring. And I talked to them and told them that. So they were just like, well, the number's just there, and if we don't, that's fine, but there's no money that changes hands because of the tank and the rental process.
So you don't have to buy a certain amount of solution?
I informed them we will not be buying a certain amount of solution.
Didn't that happen before?
This is something when Danny we started using this for the winter treatment. We have two of our own tanks. The third tank is theirs that we use to keep this for the winter treatment chemical in. He said if they want their tank back, we can pump it into one of our tanks and they can come get it, but,
So are we
or they
paying,
can deal with us only buying a certain amount.
are we paying a rental?
What's that?
Are we paying a rental fee?
No, there's no rental fee. It's just we buy the product from them. We just sign the agreement that it is their tank.
So you recommend signing it?
I would sign because instead if they're not happy with it, with how much we buy, they can come get their tank.
Yeah.
That's my point of it. I'm not gonna buy 12,000 gallons, but
Makes sense.
So I'll make a motion to, have Morgan be the person that signs off on this. All right?
And I think as long as Mike approves it first and then can sign off on it, that's a good thought.
there's no financial burden if we don't buy that much material.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then there's the Brookfield service contracts, one for the elementary school and one for the town shed.
And those are for the generators, right?
Authorizer.
Yeah, so same thing. The price increased, $76 from last year.
On each one.
And what was the process, just refresh our memory more, that Bill approved these himself? And how will we need to give you authority to do that?
Just
Under what auspices did Bill sign this himself?
I think it was just written in the minutes. That you had
I made a motion for her to sign, but,
Yeah.
it's all.
Okay.
Big company. Reason prices on these generators are that because they're industrial grade. And there's nobody around other than Northfield, Vermont. So I make a motion to authorize Morgan as the signer on the Brookfield services for the school and for the generators for garage. Right? All in favor? Anything else, Mike?
You have bids to open?
You're gonna confuse yourself.
What is this project exactly?
The five
Large.
Putnam
Culvert.
Forest
Culvert.
Culvert. Yes. Clark and Son? Installation of a concrete precast box culvert, 6 by 8 by 32. 188,700, 940,
188.9.
188,940. This is from A.S. Clark and Sons out of Newfoundland. Mason Brothers. $224,920. And he has the specifics. Includes material and labor.
Monthly down.
I'm sorry. $124,
124,
200,
224.
224, 920. From Basin. I Stevens. He declines a bid. Thank you for the opportunity to bid on the concrete box culvert at Putnam Point. Still counts. Patrick. Excavating. Pros hereby to furnish material and labor complete in accordance with the above specifications, the sum of $127,000. Could you say that again, please? $127,000. Isn't that? Concrete culvert 32 by 8 by 6. He has all the dimensions. It's after excavating and chunking, I don't know what to do. David Gregory trucking and excavating 123,500.
They don't have insurance.
James.
Kathy, it's about process to get these goods to my company. And then we put this in the- Because we need to make sure that everybody's bidding, I think it'll make $100,000 difference. These $100,000 ranges.
I don't see insurance on this one.
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick.
There was another one in the large folder. I don't remember who did it, but they handed it separate.
Yeah, they have to be a.
Clark. Fitzpatrick. This is the first one. Days and minutes. Which one? So the, just because, yeah. All but, it's that. Mike, do you want to go over these before?
I can come down and
Okay.
tomorrow and get them.
Other, Mike, you're all set?
I think that's it.
Is. You know what?
Kim's not here, but she wanted me to let you know that Fred Duplessis from Sullivan Powers will be here to present on December 5th. And just a reminder, counting begins at 7 o'clock tomorrow, right after the polls close.
Do you have the dates for, budgets? Budget meetings?
She does, and I don't have them ready.
The next one is November 14th. Maybe we ought to make sure everybody's got that in their calendar before.
What time?
It's supposed to be at 5, as long as Rich is there.
December 14th.
So the presentation is going to be December 5th, all right. Oh, presentation for the library, the fire department, and rescue.
Well, go first.
Okay, great.
So before I forget, with some folks here, November 28th through December 2nd, the library will be having a second annual gingerbread house extravaganza, as we did in 2019. It was a really popular event. I'm telling you all here, in case you are interested either in making, Kathleen Patrick is our new treasurer of the library, the board member. We're on the gingerbread house committee with Pat Mack, and we would love entries. You can either leave your house with us or for the weekend, or when Lowe's auction is off, or you can take it. Or you can just come and visit the library during that week and then Christmas in Grafton and just delight in what's been made, but we would love entries. So that information is going to be available at the library at the end of the week, but I thought it could have done in case there are anybody, any gingerbread house makers in the room, or people who want to come. So thank you for that. So I have our pro forma budget. Would just the three of you like it? And then I have other information, but I thought it might be better just to email it to. Oh, yeah, it might be better just to email you any other information, because I know you have a really full agenda. I didn't want to. Would you like to see it?
Yeah, I got one for Kim's.
I made, and one for Rich too. Should I just put it right over here? Sure. Is that what?
I'll take
You want
it.
it? Okay, so, we have, we receive tax reports in the amount of $6,500 a year from the town, which is a little under, $10, $9.82 per capita. I just did some basic calculations. I was using 645 per capita, but you said that we are just under 700 now?
The sevens, people use the 2010 at 679.
Okay, so
The
I was a little low.
2020 census is much more in line with your number.
Of
649, I think something.
Oh, okay, so if I use 645.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is what, when I
Yeah,
looked it up, that's what I
probably it,
saw.
actually.
Okay, I adjusted because I thought I heard Kathy say
Yeah.
700, and I thought, gosh, I'm really off.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I use it, the 645 number, then it's about $10 at this point. We're asking this year for $1,000 increase because insurance has gone up nearly $800 for the library. And also our heating expenses, fuel expenses were quite high last year. So we're having to add another $500 in the budget. So just those two items would be a $1,300 increase. And so we're asking for another $1,000 this year. That would be $7,500. That would increase the per capita tax support in Grafton to $11.62 per person. Or if we still have close to 291 households in Grafton, that would be $25.70 per year in tax support for the library. And so just other figures that are important when you're considering that is that our per capita expenditure at the library for programming and services and materials, pulling out salary and staffing and payroll taxes is $37 per capita. So a taxpayer would pay $11.72 and they would receive in value from the library $37 per year per capita. So it's nearly double. So for example, like to break that down into really understandable numbers, a cup of coffee a week in a month you spend more than you would per year in taxes in the library. But if you borrowed one book, just one book from the library, estimated cost through Amazon is about $17. Well, then that would already be more money than you would be spending in tax support for the library. But if you borrowed a book and downloaded an audio book from the library, that's well over $30 and on and on and on. So folks who use the library are getting really great value. But even folks in our town who don't use the library are getting great value because we bring so many people into town. You know, we have a nature and books book group, and the people are interspersed in towns around us, but they come into our town to borrow the books, and then they might stop at MKT. You know, they might take a walk in the village. They get to know Grafton. So, and you know, again, second homeowners are I think make up at least half of our patronage during the summer months. And so we're providing a lot of value to those folks. When they're here and they're at the library, they also are spending money in town and utilizing the services. So we bring a lot of value to the town. And also we work with the school kids quite a lot, and that increases literacy and all of those things that a library brings. So I don't have too much more to say. Those are our two budget items that are increasing. That we would like additional tax support to help out with. We also have decreased a couple of line items because we expect, when we look ahead at the annual appeal projections and also the interest from the endowments, we're projecting that it's going to be slightly less than we have taken in before because of the state of the economy. We know it will be less with the endowment because of the 3-year rolling average. It's going to be slightly less because this year takes us down this past year. So we're taking in a little bit less, so we had to make some cuts. We're making cuts in collection, buildings and grounds, furniture and fixtures, and services. If our annual appeal does well, we will hopefully be able to put that money back into collection and grounds. But if it doesn't, our goal is to balance the budget. The only other thing I wanted to say is I know it's very unusual to put a capital expense in the budget. I didn't put that, I broke it out. If you look at the very last page of the copy that you have, you see that our budget looks crazy, like $107,000 and then $920,000. That's because I put in a project that we've gotten bids on for mini splits. If you look at under repairs, I have a line in red at $30,000. That's a capital expense that wouldn't necessarily be part of our budget. If you look off to the side, our budget is $77,275. I put that in there just to just to start a conversation about that, about our library trustees and their role in fundraising in town and what a really heavy load are on their shoulders, because they not only are responsible every year for an annual appeal, if we have any capital expenditures to the library, we have to fundraise for that as well. And in this coming year, we know that the best thing to do is to look at that building and start talking about moving from fuel oil to mini splits, because it will just be better for the environment and be better bang for our buck. But we will have to fundraise for both the annual appeal and so we would love to be able to get some guidance and talk to the select board a little bit more about that. And we will be looking to foundations as well, but there may be some guidance or help that you might be able to give us in terms of raising that amount of money for a capital improvement that really is very necessary. Like, I don't even know if there would be regional money available for a municipal library for that type of heating need. But if you have resources that we don't know of and we haven't accessed, we would love to be able to have that conversation. So that's the reason I stuck that in there, just as a reminder to talk with you about it, and that this is what the library trustees are going to be looking at in the next year. It's time to do it, you know, but we can't keep spending $6,000-7,000 a year on fuel.
You're saying, I think if I understand you correctly, Michelle, that the 107,000 in expenses is contained for
Contains
30,000. And so it's not really an operating expense. On your operating expense side, you're breaking even or minus what, 645?
We're close to breaking even. The board will have to talk about how to make up that other $645.
Right.
I put in the same pay raise that was granted last year for staff. That may be, that they have to have reconciliation and decide on that, so.
That's pretty much break even.
Yeah, so, and actually, I guess the only other thing I should point out is that this budget is $3,000. So last year's budget was $80,000, this is $77,000. Because we anticipate taking in less income.
Yeah.
So I have other information I can send you if you would like. I have a snapshot of the library, but I didn't want to take up any more time to go over that tonight. But if anybody has any questions.
Anyone from the public like to speak? Such an asset to the town.
All right, did you get one? Did you want?
No, I got it.
I have one more. Is that your?
Would this be an item on the town capital budget, the capital work that you're gonna do at the library, or is that self-contained in the library?
It's up to it's up to you guys. really.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we could take that up when we have the budget discussion. All right, that's good.
And any help you can give us about how to manage that in terms of budget and how to report that and how to, we don't have a great deal of experience in that because we've been relying on a short-term bond fund to manage that, but that short-term bond fund is now used up with, you know, other larger painting, the library, carpeting the library, et cetera. Will be used up with this big painting job that's coming up. So thank you for listening.
I think you presented a case that the town gets a very good return on its investment in the library.
Robbie, you all set?
We're a little smoky, we're just at that. Somebody's number there. So for the fire department, what we're asking from the taxpayers is still level funded from last year, as far as like operating budget, which is 29,950. If you look on the budget to the right in the gray where it says Grafton support, those numbers on the right are where that 29,950 is broke up in the line items. So for example, our budget is $12,000 for vehicle fuel, service and maintenance. But what would be coming from the taxpayers is 8350. So everything else that's over on the budget is all done by our fundraising letter. There is, I mean, right now, it is showing some surplus money, but we have some capital purchases that we're gonna be needing to make, like a bunch of our gear is outdated, that's gonna have and stuff, so probably next year, there won't be that surplus, so that's where we're at now. And I talked to Hardy about the capital budget, we're gonna ask the taxpayers for another 1,000 for the truck fund this year from last year. Ladder trucks that need to be replaced or refurbished or something in the next 3 to 5 years, and that's gonna be like a new one. Base price is like 8. We're working on that. And then I guess the other thing that I will bring up is, I'm sure there may be some rumors out there, but town of Athens has asked if we would be willing to contract with them. So as far as fire and rescue, so Keith and I had worked, our officers worked up some numbers and gave them. So that would be on top of this, but it's all broke down, so that what they would be giving us is the same as what Grafton is per call volume. So it should work out. They want to work with us, but the way that I'm putting it right now is it's wet concrete, not solid yet, but probably within the next month, we'll know more, 2 weeks. So you guys are aware. And yes, if you got any questions.
So that would mean any fire calls and rescue, so be for Saxon Circle?
For Saxon River.
Grafton would be going to fire calls and rescue, or just rescue? Both.
For Athens.
For that,
Oh, for Athens.
they would like to contract with us versus Saxon River.
Because we have done Athens in the past for mutual aid on fire.
Yeah, because we're in mutual aid, so Saxon River calls us, but this, we would be covering them instead of Saxon River.
Right.
So Robbie, it's great that in this day and age, you were able to keep it at a level of funding. But you mentioned also that you are gonna add $1,000. Is that to the truck fund line item?
Yes, the truck fund through the capital
Okay,
budget,
okay.
and we actually, as the fire association, is gonna put in 17,002 to match what Grafton is, so.
So you're keeping the operating budget, but you're increasing that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does this, and I'm sorry, I'm sure I ask this question every year. This, on your far right column, Grafton support, the $17,000 truck reserve, is that part of the 15,000 or the 29,950?
That is just separate. That 17,000 on the far right is separate for the capital budget, that's not part of
Okay.
the 29.
Okay, this is also capital budget.
Because it's listed there as a reserve fund.
Okay,
Same as like the repeater battery reserve and stuff, those are just funds that we put money in to have, so if something happens to the repeater batteries, we have the funds there. just fix them. But we had the repeater, battery reserve, building reserve, and truck reserve.
Ronnie, do you have a copy of this that's clear with the numbers? for
I
me?
can give you one, I just printed them off at the station
Okay.
before they came, and
Yeah, some of the
the
numbers.
heads need to be cleaned, I think. Or I can email it to you if you want.
Here's there.
Um,
Thank you.
know, if you
So this key is, oh, I see that.
You can say it.
Yeah.
It's really.
Let's keep it. I think, Robbie, we just want to say how much we all appreciate the fire department around
Well,
here.
thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
How's the brush fire go out?
What's that?
Get the brush fire out?
They're still sitting there going back tomorrow. Put some hot spots, but it's pretty bad. Like, there's any nature stuff. There's no- Oregon, that we're-
Yeah, actually. Yeah, even specifically. So, Alrighty. All right, so maybe starting with the bottom line first, which is that we are just, we're asking for the same contribution from the town this year as we did last year. So let me just touch on 2021 to 22. So we had a good year in as much as we covered our expenses. You will see some red in there, which is things that were overspent. Most of those are timing with grants. So, you know, for instance, the Ames Hope grants that we go after and get, we ask for them in March. We see the money in the following July, so it doesn't line up at all with our budget cycle. So what will happen is we'll ask for money, we'll get it in July of the following fiscal year, and then we'll end up spending it in a year that we didn't have budget for. So a lot of times we don't have visibility to it. So much of what you see in red there is just a timing issue. The ones that are not a timing issue that stand out are the medical supplies and equipment. You can see that we originally budgeted for $3,500 for last fiscal year. We ended up being close to $7,000, but we knew that was coming because we adjusted our 2022-23 budget to be $6,000. But basically, if anybody has questions on the prior year budget, we certainly can address those. But the 2023 to 24 budget is essentially the same as the prior year's request. The main difference are the occupancy, which is the second item in disbursement. So this is the fire department rightly so charges the rescue squad for its presence there, share of heating, maintenance of the building, so on and so forth. That was $3,500 last year. The mutual aid organization is changing the software that we use to get our statistics off of their system. And that's resulted in sort of a tax that we're paying directly to a software provider. And we'll be splitting that between rescue and fire. So there's an additional $750 there. I thought there was one other place here. Yeah, most of the other things are just sort of rebalancing and slight increases. So the net of it is our budget, operating budget that we're proposing for next year is $23,300. We're asking for the town to keep their contribution at $4,500, which we greatly appreciate. The only reason that we're able to keep it so low is the generosity of the community. You can see there that we do very well with our annual appeal. And we're fortunate to have great financial support there, as well as with the Women Foundation. That's it for the highlights. So Questions? Comments? Oh, so let's go to the Athens thing for a second. So, as Robbie described, we're in, I would say that the Weston stage is a good one. We're still in conversation with them. You should know that, the Grafton Rescue Squad, because we don't have a board of directors like the Grafton Firefighter Association is the organization that actually oversees the fire department. We don't have such a thing in rescue. So it's more of a democratic thing, small d. So we actually took a vote within the organization as to whether or not we would try to support Athens, and the feeling is that it was the right thing to do. It's not in any way, we don't make any money out of this. If we get into an arrangement with them and we find for whatever reason the budget mix would allow us to reduce what we asked the town for, we would do that. If we know that by March, we could do that from the floor. But we're not talking a huge amount of money because most of the expense is incremental to cover their calls. Their calls will end up being probably on the order of 40% of our total call volume. So they will be a significant player for Grafton Rescue. But again, we just ask your patience, let this run out, and we'll do the right thing by the town in terms of finances. If somehow it turns out that it's it's a good deal to take them on.
Thank you for all you do, squad.
I told you. Keep the beer coming.
Yes, we're very, very lucky to have such a professional library, fire, rescue.
Thank you.
And champion dog food. And it's key. Thank you all.
So the board has to set a date to meet with the sheriff. I know Morgan, you sent an email out. Have you spoken to him all?
He got back to me and said that he could come on November 21st, which is our next regular meeting. And he could present at that time. Kind of makes the most sense to me, but he also gave 4 other dates if you're interested.
I think the 21st is fine.
So last I spoke with him was the end of the 26th of October, so unless he had any other arrangements since then, I'll let him know that the 21st works.
Thank you for doing that. Committee reports, cemetery.
Lieutenant Secretary Joe and myself met Friday and we redid the policy, the cemetery policy. And it's not turned it into Morgan, so not to wait for that meeting. Yeah. We didn't make many changes.
The other cemetery. Highway,
Nothing.
Parks Committee.
So, yeah, we had a great meeting. Joe and I met with Mark Morgan on October 28th about the follow-up items from the Village Park Volunteers meeting from the previous select board meeting. And specifically, we talked about plowing the parking lot for the Village Park and also the funding that was requested by the volunteers of $10,000 to $12,000. And you'll recall that in the minutes, it said that that funding would probably come from a grant from the Ames Holt Foundation. So first of all, with respect to the plowing, it is the recommendation of the Village Park Committee that the select board authorize Mike to go ahead and plow that parking lot. I spoke with Mike about it. He said it would take about 15 minutes, and Joe was very supportive of that as well. And the only stipulation is that that plowing would take place at the end of the storm and not be a priority plowing. So that's the recommendation. We can make a motion on that one at the end if you like, Kathy.
Is that Is that gonna include sanding and salting? Just needs it?
That's what we want. Sanding and
Yeah, just thinking about it.
Want to do the motion or do you want to?
You wanna make a motion?
Yeah, so I move that, we authorize the highway department to plow the, village park on the lawn during the winter. Do you want to add the sand?
Sand and salt.
Okay, and add the salt, and add the sand.
So,
Sand,
just said,
sand, no salt.
No salt.
no,
Do I have a second?
I hesitate to second it because it adds additional plowing for the town crew when they have enough to do it here, so.
Well, John, I just took Mike's word for it, so Mike, do you want to speak to that?
You asked me if I wasn't jumping in there and saying, sure. All I said is.
I want to be clear, Mike did not jump in there enthusiastically.
I know what this additional plowing is, because I did it for years, so many of those little small roads, this that you have to do is just take time, and you've got more than you can do, and to add more to it. I know it's small, but
It would be small and it would be a low priority.
But it has been an impact to our town, they have the village park open. I don't know how many people go in the winter on the trails.
Oh, they would go there because of the snowshoeing. So, we could try it for a while, John, to ease your concern, if you'd be willing to think of it this way. Well, first of all, we don't know how much snow we're gonna get this winter. It's 70 degrees on November 7th. But having said that, we could give it a try, and if it starts being too onerous for the highway department, we can remove it. Would that help you? Second it? Okay. Thank you.
And it
So,
has,
do you want to change you want to try to change the motion a little to try and do it on a trial basis maybe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think we would have that. We do it that one.
Right. And you're seconding wholeheartedly.
Thank you though for asking.
okay, so we have a motion, it's been seconded, and all in favor?
Aye.
yeah.
That's the motion.
So, and then in terms of the grant, Morgan, along with Bill's assistants, began the grant process with Haynesville. And it turns out that we can apply for the full 15,000. So I think you're in conversation with Al about the estimate for that, Morgan.
Yeah, I have spoke with Margot and Al, so they gave me all of their documents that they used for the fire grant, which was helpful. However, on the Ames Holt Fund, the dates are confusing, so their deadline was April 1st of 2022, so I reached out to them and I'm just waiting on a response back to know exactly what the timeline looks like. So haven't done too much there yet. But we are working budget numbers.
And then this will come up in, as Morgan just mentioned, this will come up in the budget discussions, but the committee is recommending an increase in fiscal year 24 to $2,700 for the upkeep of the trail. From 1,200 to 2,700.
This will be a budget issue.
Yeah, it's in the village park portion of the budget. And last year we budgeted 1,200.
And what
This
about,
year, we're gonna recommend 2,700.
what about the funds from the lodging?
So the logging balance, I'll give you that information specifically. The logging balance is $6,000 in the reserve fund. And that 6,000 would be allocated toward capital projects.
So the increase from 1,200 to 27. Not going to come out of.
And we'll talk about that at the budget time. This is just the committee's recommendation.
Anything else?
That's it.
Personnel,
Thank you.
I don't have anything. Moving on, building committee, Morgan, you want to add stuff?
Sure. The construction workers are done for now. The elevator is supposed to be delivered on, well, they're supposed to get it on the 16th, and if all goes to plan, they'll be here to install it on the 17th. So the construction workers are on hold until the elevator gets in, then they'll come back and do finishing touches. Kim and I have discussed potentially closing the town office on the 17th when that elevator gets installed, just for safety of the public and the people installing that. It would be probably not the best to have traffic in there. So we haven't decided on anything yet, but that could be a possibility. Mike installed the crash bar at the bottom of these stairs. So that's all set. The electricians also were here and they did their part. So the lamp post in town should be working now. I haven't been in town since it's been dark, but if it's not, let us know, because then there's a bigger issue. And then lastly, we got 2 quotes for sanding and finishing these upstairs doors. We're just waiting on a price back from the contractors to see if that's still, see if we can do that now or if that has to wait a bit.
This floor?
Yeah.
What about the floor downstairs and the offices?
We also reached back out to, so the All Seasons, they're supposed to directly contact Polish flooring, and then they go from there. So we also don't have a timeline on that. As far as I know, they plan on doing the flooring after the elevator is installed.
That makes sense.
And how about the light that Sam asked?
It's there.
Is it there?
It's there.
Let's see.
Let me switch, turn it off from downstairs.
It's downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Here's my flashlight.
Yeah.
It looks really nice. I didn't picture it with this finishing.
Yeah.
It looks like a piece of furniture. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Morgan, for this update. Wastewater committee. Not here.
I have a comment on wastewater. I think we have to be more careful on what we ask the towns to do with their equipment. In the contract, it says that we volunteered the use of the excavator for any big, alpine metals. That's not a town project. This has been voted for by the town, so they have a grant, bond, to take care of things like that. Here we are using town equipment up there, private individual. That is something I think we should be doing. I know it's not a lot of money, but
I have no knowledge of this because we're not involved in the
Right.
wastewater project, but I think you make a very good point.
I didn't until somebody brought it up to me, and then I went and got the contract, and I should have read the contract more carefully, because it says in there that the town will, use, I think it's an excavator, to dig the test pits on Alpine Hill. Now, we didn't run into this on the other part, because, brother did that.
I remember that.
He's very kind of careful, and it's nice for the town to do this stuff, if it was a town project, but it's not a town project, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you make a good point about what is the grant covering, because during that period, it is a town project. It just happens to be covered by the grant.
Yeah, but the grant would be, that's what time bonds get paid by, is the grant.
Yes.
I'm sure if they needed something done, the grant would pay for it.
For the hiring of an excavator.
So do they have specifically a grant that they would use a town? Okay.
Now, I will direct wording, if you look it up, it's,
So are they done tests?
they did them today, Mike?
I would assume so. I wasn't there today, but
I think they did them today.
They did them today at 9 o'clock. I don't know the result, how it all went, but they did do it today.
They used a town excavator up at the
They used the
Alpine.
back.
They used it.
Up at the Alpine Meadow.
Yes, well,
Anything else on? So Joe didn't do this,
So is it all said and done and there's nothing we can do about it now?
hold it up.
But I don't understand from the private individual, this job.
Well, the town has not voted on that project,
Right.
so it's not a town project.
The select board voted to do the engineering study and we got a grant to do that. So that engineering study is a town.
But I don't think it.
But it doesn't mean because it's a town project that we necessarily have to use town equipment.
No, it doesn't.
I think that's your point, right? Especially because we can hire that equipment to be done, use that work to be done using the
Use the grant.
grant funds. Yeah,
That was down here in Grant.
yeah, yeah.
So would the town have proposed that in the grant, or was Ty and Bond the ones who put that in the grant?
I don't know who put it in the grant, in the,
Yeah,
agreement, but it's in the agreement, and I looked it up, I know it's that's $100 maybe, I thought, but it's just the idea that next, somebody else is gonna ask you to do it, but
oh, Mike, did you do the PIPs? Did you?
I did, it. No, he told you actually.
Who?
Told you.
I think we're gonna have to start getting a little bit more in detail reports from the wastewater committee.
well, you have a contract, it's that thing.
Yeah, I did that contract, but I didn't catch that.
I hate to read through the whole thing, but I guess they're gonna have to.
Well, you know, Adam mentioned that they provide this service for grant writing and maybe contract review, I don't know. But that could be something.
Good question. Is there a date for the next meeting? With Ty and Bond? Next public hearing?
I don't know, I'm not on it, anyway.
No, it's progress.
Yeah, January?
I think it was in January.
Yeah, but there's no date then. There's no date. Okay, thank you.
Anything else on the water? Minutes going forward. Guess this deals with the minutes taken during meetings, and I don't know what we do without you, Wendy.
Do you want to make a change, Wendy?
No, I think it's up to Morgan. It's Morgan, it's the town administrator, it's her job, so I would say that's my feeling.
I mean, I'm not opposed to doing it. I haven't done minutes before, so they will look different. So however, it is in my job description and, I'll be here either way. So it's fine with me going forward if I do minutes. They'll probably just look a little bit different for a while.
I think that, Morgan is on a learning curve, and she's obviously coming up that learning curve very well. But the fact is that Wendy does such a wonderful job on the minutes, that why would we change that right now while Morgan is still learning? I'm gonna be very respectful of Wendy. If you don't want to do it anymore, then that's another story.
I serve at the pleasure of the select board, as they used to say on the West Wing. So it's up to you, but Tyler Morgan, I'd rather do it, but it's just mine. It's up to you.
There may come a day, right?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
My point is, and I could be wrong about this, my point is, why do we need to change while Morgan is still in the throes of her training, learning curve?
Make it happen.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they should take them together some at one meeting, and then
Yeah.
we would have.
It's money to the town, I mean, but it's paying me to do it, it's not.
We're just gonna leave it the way it is? Okay.
And if you're okay with that,
Yeah.
In the
Oh,
minutes.
yeah.
Very good. Any other business?
Yes, there is. Can I bring something up?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm coming as a member of the planning commission. We want to make a request to the select board. It may seem like a long ways off, but we're actually within 5 years of having to adopt a new town plan. And so that process is getting started on the planning commission. One thing we're dealing with immediately is wanting to take a town survey. Dave Culver, previous head of the planning commission, drafted a very good town survey, and we're using that as a basis to go forward. The idea with that is to hopefully have a survey in place to take a year. Another one of the and that's why I'm here. We thought putting up copies of the town maps. People can see this is to help them understand what some of the issues are with respect to transportation and so on. So specifically, what we'd like to do is the okay is to put up maps on poster boards around this room here from the plan. Be 2 by 3, the size here. And then the cost would be probably about $150 to put up 6 maps. It would be poster board like you see on the political signs that are out here now. When we finish the outside, it's going to look pretty nice. We also would like an outdoor map outside the town hall, under glass, regional, for the city. So we would undertake that and get the money in our budget to do that. We would say that's a good idea.
I think it's great.
You too, I think it's a great idea.
They blocked the 2 windows downstairs.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Ken.
They blocked the 2 windows downstairs you can't see because of the elevator. So that would be great to use that
Yeah, there's
space.
space there. There's also one to our right when the telephone used to be. And there might even be an electrical outlet that we had to night from that side. I would see what the.
So Kathy, you're part of the building committee. Do you know if there's any other plans to do any more painting or anything else up here? That's my first question. And secondly, I wonder if just out of courtesy, before we give Ron the go-ahead, we should check with Kim. She's been so involved in how this upstairs is gonna look.
We can do that. There's also a to-do list that Rich and I were working on. And I don't know if you have that list.
I
Or
don't.
maybe Kim has some of that. But Rich has not been to several of our meetings, so I have to get back to him on that. But there are certain things that have to be done. It was a significant need list for the building. I know she did mention something about painting. I don't know if it was the ceiling or. Yeah.
Our plan for this room was to use materials, one that would not pull off the paint. And it would be easy on, easy off, so.
Okay, okay.
Good.
I think those are great suggestions, Rob. I have no objections. Do you need any?
No objection. I do think that Kathy, someone should talk with Kim. Just let her know.
Yeah. You need a motion? Need a motion on this? I don't think so. I think we're in agreement.
We got their money.
I'm talking to Kim about, but she has concerns. Step back and
Hey, thanks, Ron.
thank you.
Public comment.
Yeah, I'd like to go on the record as being very much in favor of short-term rental. There seems to be a feeling that I'm not. So I'd just like to put that in the minutes somewhere that I'm in favor of them. All I'm asking or all I'm suggesting to the board is that there ought to be certain regulation as to safety and sanitation and all the rest. There is no doubt that without those kinds of short-term rentals, Grafton is doomed. Given that the inn is sold out all the time, and has to be in order to maintain the inn, there's no place to stay. So we say, all right, we're a tourist destination, come see us, we're lovely, we've got all kinds of new trails to see. But where are you gonna stay? In a short-term rentals. So all I'm saying is let's do a little bit of research, a little bit of regulation, maybe an ordinance, and go from there. I was interested to learn, and you might make note of this or you might not, that there is a state law that says if you're renting to more than 8 people, you have to be inspected by well, it's not the fire department, it's the state fire marshal. And that he ensures that there's egress and that there's the correct number of smoke alarms and all the rest. Now, remember that most of these short-term rentals, if not all, were not built to be this. They were built as private homes, and now private homeowner is not here, and so they're allowing it to go. What do you do with trash? How do you run the fireplace? All these things come into mind, and there ought to be some sort of regulation of it. And I guess the most important thing is that although I'm very much in favor of it, I don't want to see it disrupt the town of Grafton. We live here. And if you're parking in the road or if you're throwing your beer cans, let's see if we can't get that under control. Thanks.
Do you think it's more of a registry?
If there's going to be a fee, then there would be a registry, sure, yeah.
I know Chester's looking at that. I think they put it on hold for a little bit. I don't know if they're doing any research on it.
I think they're in the process of writing an ordinance, but as you say, it's malleable at this point.
I know what you're saying. Because we have, our home in Weston has, we do Airbnb. When you walk into my home there, then we have a book.
Yeah.
With everything
Yeah.
on that house.
And so, you know, I
Insurance, we have
do
all the-
short-term rentals every year when I go south. And they're very comprehensive. And in fact, in a couple of the states down there, it's a state license you have to get, not a local license, but a state license, which has to be displayed just like a liquor license or anything else is, or an elevator license or anything else. So it's more carefully regulated, and there's a lot of things that have to be covered. I'm not sure it's enforceable on a statewide basis, but it is enforceable on a very local level, I think.
Well, thank you for your comments, and I know we will look at this.
Yeah, but let's underline, I am in favor of people selling free at my house.
There's two sides of it, because, you know, somebody's home, it's private, and, you know, nobody wants to be, coming into their home and changing everything around, but, this is a safety issue. Especially with fire and with trash, it's a health issue. But, yeah,
Mine was new construction when I started my short-term rental business in my home, and I had a state fire marshal as part of the process to get certified. So I don't know, some of us are, and also people wouldn't come if it weren't nice. So I think some of that is taken care of in the marketplace. But I agree. I think Don and I had a conversation earlier, and we need this if we can't stay at the end. Our families and friends can't stay at the end. We need some alternative.
thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? Yes,
I'd like to,
yeah.
excuse me, I'd like to thank the select board for installing the light bulb. I understood it took all 5 of you. Much appreciated.
You're welcome. Okay, if there's no other business, motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is November 21st.
For the